ton of steel capacity by 2047. And there is a, as Mr. Roy said, a 300 million ton original India steel vision by 2030. And the purpose of this session today is to say and Chhattisgarh has an important role to play in it, both from having the steel plants, which is the downstream, but also the upstream, which is mining and resources, being a rich source of resources, primarily iron ore and many other minerals. I think Chhattisgarh has an important role to play. Purpose of this session will be to see what can, as Chhattisgarh and players in Chhattisgarh, what can we do to contribute to that 300 million ton and 500 million ton vision of Viksit Bharat for us. So as we get started, maybe I'll just take 5 minutes to talk about what is really happening. If you see steel in India, globally, okay, now that we have become second largest steel producer, globally, by the way, steel demand is flattish or slightly declining. And every country going forward for the next 5 to 10 years will be sort of declining in steel production, remain flattish. In this domain, India is the only bright spot. Not only will we keep growing substantially, but both demand will meet our own demand, but also we have an aspiration, Bharat as a country, we have an aspiration to start exporting. So if you see, we spoke about this, and what you see in front of you is the demand supply gap. But frankly, we have grown somewhere around 7-8% for the past 5 years. And our plan to get to 2030 capacity is also growing at 7-8%. That is the base case. If we are able to accelerate our growth with all the fundamentals getting into place, this could be much faster. And the other thing that I want to touch upon very simply is we are close to 100 kg of per capita consumption of steel, which is abysmally low to where the world is. And we want to get this up to 300. That's what we want to go to. I think the medium term plan is somewhere around by 2030 of 160 kg of consumption that the Ministry of Steel has put in place. Right now, if we see what the structure of the industry is, roughly 50% is by these top 5 players, the JSW, Tata, Steel Authority, JSP, and so on, ArcelorMittal. The remaining 40-50% is still coming from a lot of secondary producers. As over the next 10 years, the jump happens, these 5 large players will start accounting for 70-80% of our capacity, which means not only is the steel industry getting consolidated, but at the same time, what the success of these top 5 players will determine the success of our steel industry in our country. Having said that, I think we still import the specialized steel in the country. And that is where we have to focus on the special steel sector. If I have to right now say, what are the 2 big things, apart from all that is happening, 2 big things that we need to move our needle on. One is on saying, how do we ensure that 100% of the special steel is made here? And second, which is not often talked about, is the equipment for this expansion of steel, the manufacturing of core equipment and technology. We still rely on outside. And that part of the sector, how can we get into? Now we go more about Chhattisgarh, I think, which is what our plan here is to talk about. I think if we look at Chhattisgarh overall is doing well. The metric are good, whether you see overall metric of the state contribution to the GDP, or if we look at key metal and mining indices itself, 16% of iron ore coming from Chhattisgarh, 14% of overall mineral production value coming from Chhattisgarh, 21% coal coming from Chhattisgarh. So Chhattisgarh sort of is well positioned. From steel industry perspective, 28 million ton today comes from Chhattisgarh. Also, there is a plan to invest about 4 billion in the hydrogen powered steel plant, which is the next gen upcoming. However, the crude steel utilization still remains at 68%. So while endowment at Chhattisgarh is high, I think from efficiency perspective, there is a potential to make good strides. I think this is work we had done with Ministry of Mines a couple of months back. I think I'm happy to share here that Chhattisgarh actually sort of ranks amongst the top 3 in the country in terms of practices for minerals and mining. The jury can be out whether it's 1 or 2 or 3. And the state mining index, which is being implemented, will formally bring, but Chhattisgarh is up there doing the right set of things, whether it's the Khanija online portal or whether it's looking at embedding, pre-embedded clearances, trying to move the needle on things that are happening on the ground. Also, we know all of this, Bhilai Steel, whether it's the Bhilai Steel plant or the Raigad JSP plant being the 2 big ones, and potentially new things coming up. Today, what we wanted to spend time, I think this is what we will use as our basic framework of saying what to do for Chhattisgarh to increase steel production. You have a set of levers which are put there. Similarly, on raw material security, what do we need to do? And finally, on sustainability and green steel, what are some of the things? This is just an initial framework to say what is probably going well and needs to be done more of, which are the areas where just a beginning has happened, and which are some of the areas where we haven't really started. I think with this framework in mind, we'll keep this on the slide. I'll open up the discussion and maybe invite Shri Yogesh Mandani, President AIIFA, to talk about some of these. Thank you.
Yeah. So very good day to all of us. And it's the first session, and it's really, we should thank the Steel Ministry and especially to the Minister Sir for making us come together for such a great event where a lot of interaction would be happening. And a special thanks to Chhattisgarh government, to the Honorable Minister. I have been listening to his speech in the morning, and sir, आपने बहुत मिनिस्टर सर, आपने आपके स्पीच में सारा आपका स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान, ग्रोथ प्लान और छत्तीसगढ़ का एनवायरनमेंट, इसके बारे में पूरा ब्रीफ किया, सुनकर काफी अच्छा लगा सर। सर, मैं कुछ स्ट्रेटेजिक नंबर्स पे बात करना चाहूंगा। इंडिया का टोटल आयरन ओर प्रोडक्शन जो है वो 291 मिलियन टन्स का है, और नेशनल प्लान जो है इट इज अबाउट 400 to 420 मिलियन टन्स बाय 2030। Now there is a big jump in the iron ore production, and simultaneously this material has to be consumed for producing the finished steel, which will be catering the India's growth. Now, अगर इंडिया का strategic growth अगर हम पकड़े तो 7% of the demand is there for the steel, 7% CGRA demand is there for the steel year on year. इस डिमांड को से हम लोग 300 मिलियन टन पहुंचना चाहिए, पर डिमांड जो है वो थोड़ा कम है। हमारा टारगेट 300 मिलियन टन का है, पर डिमांड के हिसाब से हम लोग समवेयर अराउंड 230, 240 मिलियन टन पे है। सो डिमांड को भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस है कि डिमांड शुड इंक्रीज इन पैन इंडिया, सिंस वी ऑल आर गवर्निंग द फैक्ट दैट ये हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट है दैट इज डिक्लाइनिंग एंड इंपोर्ट्स आर इंक्रीजिंग ड्यू टू द लॉट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स प्रेशर, मैं कहूंगा ये सब हो रहा है। Coming to the point for the Chhattisgarh, sir, we produce 54 million tons of sponge iron. Out of this, major of the sponge iron is being produced from Chhattisgarh. If we see the iron ore production in Chhattisgarh is like roughly 44.5 million tons. Year on year growth देखे तो same ही है, -1% है. As compared to Orissa, it is 161 million ton. Year on growth is like around 18 to 19%. So Chhattisgarh has a potential to produce more of the iron ore. Sir, एक हमारे इसमें DMF है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मिनरल फाउंडेशन, उसका एक फंड होता है, दैट इज अ ट्रस्ट अंडर द गवर्नमेंट, mining government, wherein the fund are being contributed from the stakeholders of the mines and the state government. ये फंड का यूटिलाइजेशन होना चाहिए कि जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट अफेक्टेड है माइनिंग एक्टिविटीज से रिलेटेड, उसके ऊपर वो स्पेंड होना चाहिए. सो दिस लॉट ऑफ फंड्स आर बीइंग अवेलेबल विद द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एंड विद दिस ट्रस्ट. सो दिस हैज टू बी स्पेंड सो दैट एक अच्छा बिजनेस इकोसिस्टम वहां माइनिंग के अंदर बनेगा और माइनिंग से माल ज्यादा से ज्यादा बाहर निकलेगा. Sir, our Honorable Prime Minister today in his speech mentioned about the green steel, and he has given us a pathway that we should not only focus on Indian requirement, but also see that we become a global leader in the steel ecosystem.
Yogesh ji, if I may ask you to conclude. 2
Okay.
minutes, yes, please.
So, sir, there are few points which Rajat ji I would like to highlight that.
Please, you can summarize.
Yeah, as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, sir, we need to take care about the industry policy scheme. I appreciate कि आपने बॉम्बे में और दिल्ली और बाकी जगह पे किया 1 लाख करोड़ का, but sir जो पॉलिसी में जो आपका फर्स्ट सेल है ऑफ मटेरियल शुड बी इन द स्टेट. अब सर एक बार सेल होने के बाद उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन होगा और वो मटेरियल फिर बाहर भी जाएगा, इंडिया में ही जाएगा. सो सर उस पे आपको फर्स्ट सेल के ऊपर रेस्ट्रिक्ट रहना चाहिए, आपको ग्रॉस GST का बेनिफिट की सब्सिडी देना चाहिए एज डन बाय महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट. बाकी सारे पॉइंट्स मैं आपसे पर्सनली डिस्कस करूंगा सर व्हेनेवर आफ्टर दिस पॉइंट. थैंक यू
Madhani ji. I apologize that I did not welcome the Chief Secretary of Chhattisgarh, who is here himself. Considering the importance of this meeting, he is himself here. So I would like to welcome him, that he is here. The second thing is what I think Abhijit has missed out is that Chhattisgarh also holds one of the biggest secondary steel clusters in India. So he has aptly said. Now I will ask Sanjay Mehta Sahab to give a very small remark and comment on these things. We have to be very short because we want to finish this session in time.
Thank you very much, Government of India and Ministry of Steel for inviting us as a Material Recycling Association of India into this important session of Chhattisgarh. सर जैसे आपने बताया शॉर्ट के अंदर हम बात करना चाहेंगे. मेरी एसोसिएशन MREI मटेरियल रिसाइकलिंग एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया स्क्रैप प्रोक्योरमेंट और सेकेंडरी रूट के ऊपर कॉन्सेंट्रेट करती है. IF और EF रूट बेस्ड स्टील प्रोडक्शंस के ऊपर कंट्रीब्यूट करती है और उसके रॉ मटेरियल के ऊपर कंट्रीब्यूशन हमारा ज्यादा रहता है. मेरा इतना सिंपल 3-4 मेरी रिक्वायरमेंट है जो इसके बारे में बात करना चाहूंगा कि आयरन और रिच स्टेट है ये यहाँ पर छत्तीसगढ़, जिसके अंदर काफी मिनरल्स है, लेकिन जो आगे का माहौल है जिस तरीके से ग्रीन स्टील को प्रमोट करना है और स्टील इंडस्ट्री बेस्ड आउट इन द स्टेट mostly represents the iron ore based steel making. However, with a view to focus reducing the carbon emissions, we recommend ministry that to increase the percentage of usage of scrap, as the state depends on coal based energy. Time has come to find an alternative for the same use of renewable energy, clean hydrogen and other things. सर उसको फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए लैंड एक्विजिशन, लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट, कंस्ट्रक्शनल पावर टैरिफ और EF और IF इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस और इंडक्शन आर्क फर्नेस के प्रोडक्शन के लिए एक स्पेशल क्लस्टर का निर्माण किया जाए छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर, जिसके अंदर ग्रीन स्टील का डेफिनेटली आगे जाके अच्छा उत्पादन हो पाएगा और अच्छा सपोर्ट मिलेगा. तो छत्तीसगढ़ हैज अ पोटेंशियल टू इमर्ज एज अ नेशनल हब फॉर लो कार्बन स्टील प्रोडक्शन एंड कंट्रीब्यूटिंग सिग्निफिकेंटली टू द एनवायरमेंट. We propose to give level playing field to steel produced through scrap route and are of BIS approved grades in all government tenders produced by any route, whether it's secondary or primary. It has to be a graded steel. Sir, 3-4 पॉइंट है जो मेन खास ध्यान रखने लायक पॉइंट है. Steel produced through electric arc furnace route and induction arc furnace route fully complies with BIS approved grades. MREI and its members are committed to promoting only BIS compliant steel. We strongly believe that the focus of procurement standards should be on BIS certificate irrespective of the production route. Despite the compliance of EF and IF route, still with the BIF route, still with the BIS standards, current central and state government procurement policies continue to prioritize steel produced through the blast furnace and basic oxygen furnace route. This practice limits opportunities for environmentally sustainable steel. We respectfully highlight the Ministry of Steel has already discontinued the classification of steel produced into primary, secondary, and captive categories in its communications, reflecting the need for an inclusive approach. The government has a crucial role in promoting sustainable practices. We urge the inclusion of green steel capacity in Chhattisgarh from low carbon production to like EF and IF route in public procurement, with a suggested minimum target of 15 to 20% of total steel procurement. Green steel, which may have a slightly higher price due to its sustainable production process, is categorized under the Indian green steel taxonomy using a star rating system. 5-star steel with emissions intensity below 1.6 ton per ton of carbon emissions represents the highest sustainability level and should be prioritized in public projects of procurement. As the industry transitions from high carbon to low carbon steel production methods, the cost of production may rise. Only proactive support from the government, central government, as well as the Chhattisgarh government can enable large scale procurement of low carbon steel. This shift is vital for achieving India's net zero emissions target by 2070 and positioning the nation as a global leader in sustainable industrial practices. We request your kind consideration and integrating BI certified EAF and IF route steel and green steel into a public procurement framework to support India's sustainability goals for Chhattisgarh. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Mehta. If I may request now Shri AK Singh from JSW to share his thoughts, please. Thank you.
Respected Honorable MOS Steel and Heavy Industries, Government of India, Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma ji. Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industries, Labour, Government of Chhattisgarh, Shri Lakhan Lal Devangan ji. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. Today it is a very good platform when we are discussing about the steel development of Chhattisgarh and country together. As our Prime Minister mentioned, for development of country, definitely steel is playing a very vital role. I will take some keynotes from his speech, like $5 trillion US dollar economy very soon, third largest economy, Amrit Kal 2047. So here what we see today, we are 5th and very soon we are going to be 4 and very soon number 3, maybe by 27. In last 10 years, if we see, when other countries have grown hardly 30-40% level, India has grown with 105% level. And today our economy is 4.25 trillion, which is very close to Japan, which is at number 4, which is 4.4. So definitely by 26 only we are going to be 4th. And maybe by 27th or early 28th, we are going to be number 3, as Germany is at number 3 now with $4.9 trillion. Our growth rate is very fast. Why I am taking this number? Because with this growth rate, when we talk about this 2047, our Amrit Kal, then we are reaching approx 25 trillion USD, because most of people are here. You might be having the data, but just I am referring and correlating. If we are becoming 25 trillion economy, so today if our GDP, per capita GDP of India is hardly $3,000 against the China of 13,000 and US of $89,000 per capita. So what is going to happen? By 2047, our India's per capita GDP is also going to grow to $13,000-14,000. And in that scenario, the steel consumption that is going to increase to 3 to 4 folds. And if today India is having capacity of 200 million ton, and this year we could produce 50 million ton crude steel. So definitely that is going to 500-600 million ton, already PM mentioned also. So there is no doubt that we cannot reach to that level. Very clear visibility is there. When with 13,000 per capita GDP, China can produce 1,000 million ton steel. So we will be also at that level at that point of time when our per capita GDP will be in the range of 13,000-14,000. So here, when we talk about steel production 500, 600 million ton, then Chhattisgarh being a state where more than country's 20% coal reserve is there, 14, 15% iron ore reserve is there. So definitely Chhattisgarh has to share 15% of the steel production of the country. So if we are assuming 600 million ton, it means 15% of 600 million ton means Chhattisgarh has to produce 90 million ton of steel, which is today only 25 million ton capacity and production is only 20 million ton. So definitely Chhattisgarh has to ramp up or get ready to increase the capacity to 4 times by 2047. This thing is very clear. This is going to happen. So now this type of forum will help and it will give us freedom and discussion that what is to be done. Then definitely what is to be done. So now government has to think for infrastructure development. Luckily, this state is very well connected with 4 ports like Dhamra, Paradeep, Gopalpur and Vizag. Road connectivity is there, rail connectivity is there, but infrastructure has to be developed. At the same time, raw material security has to be there. And it has to be also augmented only to meet the pace of this steel plant, what we are going to put. At the same time, when we are going to increase 3 times, then skill development shortage is going to happen, which is to be taken care of from now itself because it will not come overnight. PM also mentioned green steel. When we are going with such a rapid growth, then it is very, very important to see that whatever we are going to make steel, it should be sustainable and our environment should be taken care. So as already mentioned in this room also, technologies should be best class so that our environment should not get spoiled because of this. And at the same time, our land bank also has to be kept ready, kept in mind, identified, so that whenever industries wants to come, immediately it should be given to the industries. So this is my keynotes for this development of Chhattisgarh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Very insightful. If now I can invite Shri Prasad Borje, Vice President, Sales Head of Pi Green Innovations. It'll be good to hear about green steel and what to do in sustainability while all these expansions happen.
Thank you, Abhijit. Honorable Ministers, respected delegates, a very good afternoon. My name is Prasad. I represent Pi Green Innovations. How do we align with the entire vision of making India's steel production green is the purpose of us being represented in this conference. We have developed a CCUS technology that captures carbon dioxide from scope 1 emissions. Good news here is that whatever we capture is in a solid form, which means it is permanently sequestered. Another good news around this solution is that we make use of industrial waste. So if we are dealing with a power plant, we use fly ash. If we are working with a steel plant, we can make use of VF slag. The way we bind it is ensuring that whatever carbon is captured is never re-emitted in the environment. So we are a very environment-friendly solution in this space. While developing this tech, we have also been very mindful of making it affordable. Because we hear global standards, global cost of capturing 1 ton of carbon dioxide is around $50. In our endeavors, we have managed to get it in a range from between $20 to $30 per ton. That is the cost of CO2 capture with us. And because we are in a learning curve, we also give you an assurance that further with the development at our end, we will be able to reduce the cost of per ton CO2 capture and thereby making steel greener, more affordable, because unless it is affordable, it is not going to scale at large. If it does not scale at large, the environment will not be benefited in any way. So these are our contributions towards making India's steel production greener. We also have a stall in hall number 4. If there are any further questions, we'll be happy to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think after these insightful thoughts from these leaders, if I may invite Shri Rajat Kumar, Secretary, Department of Commerce and Industries, Government of Chhattisgarh, to make a small presentation for us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have the presentation on, please? Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I'll also try to add a video at the end if the time permits, but steel is at our soul. And as the speakers before me spoke about where we stand. So of course, let me make a bold statement that yes, we stand at 26 MTPA currently. And without any further efforts, with all the efforts which our partners are taking and have already committed in the state, we will reach 40 MTPA in next 3 to 5 years. So this is where we stand currently. And already it has been shown that how we are 16% of iron producer and almost 14% of the steel producer in the country already. I've also tried to mention that how not only the big have thrived, also the small have made progress in the state. This is the same state where one of the steel industrialists decides to pick up a dying steel plant and today becomes 17.5 thousand crore powerhouse. A same state where one of the industrialists picks up a sick carbide industry and again becomes almost 10 to 12,000 crore, powerhouses. So these are the best examples of Atmanirbhar Bharat. These are the best examples of actually forging future through steel in steel. So we belong to a state where our industrialists with their hard work have done something unprecedented and taken us to this level. We are also the largest producer of iron ore, 16.6% share in India's production. And also enough has been spoken about how much coal we produce, and we stand at almost 20.7%. Our leaders in mining, I mean, a lot of states have been trying their best, but we take pride that we were the first state to actually successfully auction lithium block. We were the first state to auction non-coal mining leases. We were the first state to auction gold mines. We have been awarded the mining ERP implementation. The speakers before me who have been kind enough talking about this. We are the first in dolomite, 11% of India's limestone, almost 100% of India's tin concentrate, and 4.3% of India's bauxite. So these are the resources which have helped us, along with the industrialists who have worked hard in the state, along with the systems that have been in place, that we have become leader in the mining initiatives across the country. This is just to show where our economies stand and what we have been able to achieve in 25 years. Somebody before me spoke about how they could talk about poverty, a state with a lot of poverty. And, we are trying very hard to fight that perception and actually trying to bring forth that 22 times growth in the GSDP over the last 25 years. 20 times growth in the manufacturing sector. We are actually, our contribution to the manufacturing sector over in the entire economy is higher than the government of India. We are 15 times per capita income growth from 10,000 to 1,62,000. So this is where we are almost 47% in the industry contribution of our, various sectors in the GSDP. This is where we are. We are very, very well connected. There is no city in the country where you cannot reach in flat 90 minutes. We take immense pride in the fact that when you land at our airport, the moment your, the wheels of your plane touch the tarmac, within 15 to 17 minutes, you are actually in your car going to your next destination. We are the only state in this 21st century which actually showed the boldness to make a smart city. 237 square kilometer of smart city, progressed, under construction, progressing well, established and being further established. Just to put in perspective, Chandigarh is 114 square kilometer and Naya Raipur is 237 square kilometer. We have 4 airports already, 38,000 kilometers of road network. We are very strategically placed. Both Vizag and JNPT are somewhere, we are the heart of the country, placed at a very, very good location. We are a power surplus state. Presently, we are 25,501 megawatt. We consume around 8 to 9,000 megawatt, and we already produce with 25,500 megawatt. And with the further, we have had 3 lakh crores of MOUs in the recent times, including nuclear power, and we are poised to be at around for 32, 33 1,000 megawatt in the next 3 to 5 years. We are a zero power cut state. Like I was mentioning yesterday to our textile partners in Bombay, we would like to again remind to others that we actually don't know where generators are sold in our state. We don't know what is power cut. We have not faced it. We don't experience it. We are abundant water resource state. We have 5 major river basins. This is the industrial infrastructure, 60 plus industrial park, 5,000 acres of industrial land bank, which we have presently. We have MSME technology centers in Durg and Bilaspur, and we have sector specific metal park and engineering park. We are spending 1% of our GSDP, almost 5,000 crore for industrial infrastructure, including on the industrial park and also the connectivity and airports, which actually help in development of industry ecosystem in the state. 50,000 plus professionals. I mean, when it comes to skill ecosystem, one of the only states which has most of the national institutions from AIIMS to IIT to IIMs and presently also NEFT and other engineering institution placed in Raipur and supporting the industrial effort. Reforms, when we talk about reforms, I think one of the most progressive state where labor reforms have been undertaken without 6-week notice. No union can go on strike. We are one of the states which has never faced lockdown days. One of the only states where we don't know what is industrial unrest. We are doing one of the most difficult businesses, which include iron ore, mining, steel. But we have been able to create an ecosystem where the labor unions work in harmony with the industrialists, contributing to the development of state. Somebody mentioned about 340 reforms that we have done, but we are also working because a lot of those reforms could be something which the industrials didn't want. We are working through a pain point analysis where actually we can look at what is the pain and how we can actually resolve it. I would also like to quote, when we understand the cyclic nature of the steel market. When the market was doing well, we were one of the only states which did not go for to hike any tariff in the power sector. And recently, when the market is in slump or is it sluggish, we have actually supported our industrialists by trying to actually take a cut in the power, tariff wherever it was possible.
Rajat, if I may request you to summarize.
Thank you. Coming to the, I've spoken about process simplification. This is the industrial policy we have come out with recently. Steel is one of being the strongest sector in us. We are trying to encourage steel in downstream. We are trying to encourage steel development in Bastar and Sarguja. In Bastar and Sarguja, based on the royalty reimbursement, we are actually able to give 100% FCI investment to the industrialists who are actually putting their industries in Bastar and Sarguja. In downstream, we have a 30% FCI straight upfront for the investment that you put. I've tried to put some simple calculation sheets for those who would be interested. For an investment of 356 crore, if you're actually using 25 acres, we are actually giving 11.6 up to 12% of the FCI of your investment. One of the only states which is actually investing through subsidies, through its policies into the steel sector. If you are actually putting up in Bastar and Sarguja with a 356 crore investment, the incentives by the state would be 407 crores. And even if the capping is 100%, looking at the reimbursements and looking at the exemptions, you will be actually able to get 407 crores entirely back if you invest in Bastar and Sarguja. And final calculation, looking at the downstream, if you invest in a downstream steel sector, 125 crores, almost 49% of your FCI would be written back over installments, 8 to 10 years, over 8 to 10 years. So these are the simple calculations that I wanted to show. If the video is ready, we'll show it now and I'll close it. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful, Rajatji. I must say that the way Chhattisgarh is moving and what has been done so far, the fundamentals put in place really give you an opportunity to airlift yourself going forward. With the double engine Sarkar, it becomes even more, the impetus is even more. Thank you, Rajatji. Now, if I may invite Shri Amitabh Jain, Chief Secretary, Government of Chhattisgarh, to talk about perspectives.
Honorable Union Minister of Steel, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के सम्मानीय उद्योग मंत्री जी, यूनियन स्टील मिनिस्ट्री के वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, फिक्की के वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण और आज के इस छत्तीसगढ़ राउंड टेबल में पधारे हुए सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण, सभी का इस राउंड टेबल में आने के लिए स्वागत है। सम्मानीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा जो स्टील प्रोडक्शन, एक्सपोर्ट और एनवायरमेंटल कंजर्वेशन के लिहाज से जो लक्ष्य अपेक्षित किए गए हैं, उनके दिशा में छत्तीसगढ़ सतत प्रयत्नशील है। स्टील प्रोडक्शन के चारों बेसिक इंग्रेडिएंट आयरन ओर, कोल, लाइमस्टोन, डोलोमाइट और बहुत अच्छी AQI की एयर छत्तीसगढ़ में बहुतायत में उपलब्ध है। इसके अतिरिक्त स्पेशलिटी स्टील अगर बनाना हो तो जो रेयर अर्थ्स हैं या दूसरी जो एडिटिव मिनरल्स की जरूरत है, वे भी छत्तीसगढ़ में पाए जा रहे हैं। एज यू ऑल नो कि पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस छत्तीसगढ़ में आयरन और स्टील इंडस्ट्री की बोथ इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन ऑफ आयरन ओर एंड ऑल्सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन ऑफ स्टील कमांडिंग हाइट्स ऑफ इकोनॉमी के लिए NMDC और स्टील अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया ने बहुत प्रयास किए हैं। बहुत अच्छे प्रोडक्शन, प्रोडक्टिविटी और इंडस्ट्रियल रिलेशंस उन्होंने दिखाए हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त लेटर पार्ट में प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जिंदल्स ने बहुत बढ़िया प्रयास किया है। पोस्ट 2000 स्पंज आयरन का रिवॉल्यूशन आया और उसी के साथ सेकेंडरी स्टील प्रोडक्शन में हम लोग काफी आगे बढ़े हैं। जितनी भी यहाँ की स्टील इंडस्ट्री है, उसने न केवल स्टील प्रोड्यूस किया है, बल्कि छत्तीसगढ़ के सोशल फैब्रिक को भी कॉस्मोपॉलिटन बनाया है। लोगों को ऐसी आने वाले अतिथियों को असिमिलेट करने की एक फीलिंग दी है। किसी को आउटसाइडर और इनसाइडर ट्रीट नहीं करने का छत्तीसगढ़ के लोगों में जो एक फीलिंग है, लोगों को वेलकमिंग नेचर है, ये एक बहुत बड़ी चीज है जो आने वाले हमारे इन्वेस्टर हैं उसके लिए। इन नेशनल प्रायोरिटीज के साथ अलाइन करते हुए हम लोग परहैप्स वी आर दी वन ऑफ द वेरी फ्यू स्टेट्स जो कि अभी भी स्टील इंडस्ट्री एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए इंसेंटिव्स दे रहे हैं और इनपुट्स के लिहाज से एनर्जी सेक्टर में ह्यूज इन्वेस्टमेंट इन नेक्स्ट 10 इयर्स हमारे यहाँ आने वाला है। लेकिन ये भी ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि इतना स्टील प्रोड्यूस करने के साथ ही हम लोग और हमारे नागरिक कुछ रिसीविंग एंड पे भी रहे हैं। अर्ली 2000s में जिस तरीके का पॉल्यूशन हमने स्टेट में देखा था, अभी हमारे रिस्पॉन्सिबल स्टील प्रोड्यूसर्स ने उसको काफी हद तक नियंत्रित कर लिया है। छत्तीसगढ़ एरिया में यद्यपि तमिलनाडु से बड़ा है एरिया में, लेकिन आधी जमीन जो है वो फॉरेस्ट की है। एंड एवरीवन नोज दैट वी आर आल्सो द लंग्स ऑफ द नेशन, but the laws concerning the lungs are very, very tough. So it takes a little time to overcome this. So limited land availability is being addressed systematically in the new industrial policy. हमारे यहाँ की स्टील इंडस्ट्री जो है, जो रनिंग, those who are running the steel, they have themselves come forward and about a quarter, about 3-4 months ago, they had on their own organized a green steel summit which saw the international participation also. In addition to that, for providing cleaner fuel, Gas Authority of India is laying a pipeline across the steel producing clusters here. Of course, स्टील प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने के लिए हमको बड़े इंटीग्रेटेड स्टील प्लांट्स को अट्रैक्ट करने की भी आवश्यकता है। प्रयास जारी है। जैसा कि रजत ने बताया कि स्टील प्रोडक्शन साइक्लिक भी होता है और कई बार इससे नया इन्वेस्टर डर भी जाता है। पर इफ यू रिमेंबर कि जब कोविड से सब लोग पीड़ित थे, स्टील प्रोड्यूसर्स करोड़ों बना रहे थे। तो ये जो है ऐसी बात है कि डरने की किसी को आवश्यकता नहीं है। साइक्लिकल है, ऊपर होगा नीचे होगा, लेकिन अच्छे से चलेगा। लास्टली, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी केंद्रीय स्टील मिनिस्टर रहे हैं। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के प्रमुख सचिव जो हैं वो केंद्रीय स्टील मिनिस्ट्री में एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी रहे हैं और मैं स्वयं स्टील अथॉरिटी के भिलाई में पैदा हुआ और पढ़ा हूँ। तो हम सब का जो है स्टील के प्रति बहुत ही लगाव है और उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम बेहतर से बेहतर सिस्टम आपको प्रोवाइड कर सकेंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Amitabh ji. I think सटीक बात की आपने, and I must also congratulate you for doing it within the time. If I can take the liberty to say, during COVID, जैसे steel companies ने ज्यादा बनाए पैसे, उसी समय I think they were also giving oxygen from their from their plants, which was also a good thing. So, okay, thank you. I think we have a small video that the government, Chhattisgarh government, has prepared for all of us to see.
This was just to show how the state had transitioned in the last 25 years, making so many different things in the state, but still steel remains at our soul. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we'll now open this session to all of you. We have 15 minutes. Jo man mein hai, I think the only request we have is take a frame of saying what is the opportunity और हम क्या अच्छा कर सकते हैं. And if you have questions, suggestions for the government officials, industry, and so on, please feel free. So I can announce this floor open. Anyone can sort of raise their hand and make the suggestion. Limit it to 1 or 2 maximum suggestions. Yes. No. Even any of the speakers want to sort of, yes, please.
Yeah.
Yogesh ji. Yes, yes, please.
So I have a suggestion on basically what is happening is the steel is a power intensive subject wherein power is required, and basically our steel in Chhattisgarh is being prepared from the iron ore where more power is required. So power cost has to be considered at a very reasonable price, and it should be lesser than the other states, which was there, the privilege was there with the Chhattisgarh in decades. And since Chhattisgarh is having a surplus power, they should think. Another point which I missed out was about the green steel. And Chhattisgarh can be the one of the biggest hub for producing the green steel due to their strategic movement towards the renew power. Chhattisgarh has shown a drastic development in the renew power sector, solar powers. Previously, there were incentives on land for renew power. Then there was a capital subsidy. Then there was a inter-subvention subsidy. But in the due course, it has been withdrawn from the subsidy point of view. So that also has to be taken care. And Chhattisgarh, yes, can become a hub for the green steel. Thank you.
Excuse me. Can I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Ramesh Agarwal, ex-president, Chhattisgarh Sponsor and Association. First of all, I congratulate the entire team of steel and industry department for taking a lot of initiatives in making the ease of doing business easier for entrepreneurs in Chhattisgarh. मैं एक पॉइंट रेस करना चाह रहा हूँ, दिस इज रिगार्डिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. अभी आयरन ओर का जो ट्रांसपोर्टिंग है एनएमडीसी से बाय रेल लाने के लिए काफी लंबा रूट आता है, दंतेवाड़ा से जो वहां से रेल होता है वो विजयनगरम के रूट से आता है. अगर हमारा जगदलपुर से जो लिंक है अगर कनेक्ट हो जाता है, छोटा सा रूट है तो काफी शॉर्ट हो जाएगा रूट और उससे ट्रांसपोर्टिंग कॉस्ट भी कम होगा और रोड के ऊपर भी बहुत लोड कम होगा. दिस प्रोजेक्ट शुड बी टेकन ऑन दी प्रायोरिटी. प्लस ऑल्सो अगर पाइपलाइन आयरन और फाइंस के लिए पाइपलाइन को भी अगर रायपुर तक एक्सटेंड किया जा सके सो दैट lot of iron ore fines can be transported to pellet plants situated in Raipur area. This is a major infrastructure bottleneck. Since the central minister, sir, is also here, I would like to raise this issue, sir. There is a small patch which has to be completed. If it is completed, it will reduce the burden of transporting and environment also. The lot of entire transport is done by road, which can be shifted on the rail network. So, thank you.
Thank you. Subodh Singh ji, you also are here in our team. This thing, you have any thoughts?
So, the suggestions which we have received regarding like availability of iron ore, you have mentioned in your presentation. Chhattisgarh is roughly 46 million ton iron ore is produced in Chhattisgarh, and we discussed in detail with the NMDC, and there is a subsidiary company of NMDC and Chhattisgarh State Mineral Development Corporation. So both together they plan to take up the iron ore production to 80 million ton, and then there are some other captive mines and private mines, then sale mines. So we plan that iron ore production in the state in the next 5 to 6 years will be about 100 million ton, which will like cutter the demand of the steel policy, which requires 300 million ton steel by 2030 and about 428 iron ore. And Chhattisgarh will be, I think, one of the largest contributor in adding 100 million capacity in the country, as Secretary Industry has already informed that about 14-15 million ton is already in the like proposals we have received. So though that capacity will be added in next 5 to 6 years. Then something to add is like we have made a provision of bespoke in our industrial policy. If somebody invests more than 1,000 crore or plans to employ more than 1,000 persons, then we have a bespoke provisions for those people. So that will be a very good overall incentives that will be returned over a period of 8 to 9 years. Then coming to infrastructure, we have already completed line almost up to Ravghat from Durg, and Ravghat to Jagdalpur railway line land acquisition is complete, and the last month discussion was with the Honorable Railway, discussion of Honorable Chief Minister with the Railway Minister. So their DPR is almost in the final stage, and that project will be sanctioned in this calendar year only. This is like we got assurance from the Railway Ministry. We also discussed with the NMDC and Steel Ministry about laying the slurry pipeline up to Raipur. So that discussion is also in the advanced stage, so that this infrastructure thing like bringing iron ore at a cheaper cost to Raipur and surrounding area, that will happen. Then somebody had mentioned about the power cost, that issue will be taken care, I think, in the tariff to come, what the distribution company is proposing to the regulatory commission, that the tariff for the power intensive industry like steel should be such that should be competitive, like what is there in the states adjoining to Chhattisgarh. So these are the some initiatives being taken in Chhattisgarh, and that will, as far as somebody mentioned the demand side also. So in Chhattisgarh, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, rural and urban put together, we are constructing about 25 lakh houses. Then our annual capital expenditure budget is about 26,000 crore. Then about 4.5 lakh crore investment will come in the power, cement, steel. So a lot of steel will be required in the setting up of the new plants. Then the infrastructure, the new Raipur city, the real estate growth, all these will contribute, I think, the demand of the steel more than the national average. So overall, I think we will have a good ecosystem for the future development of steel in the state, which is envisaged in the national steel policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think very, very good thoughts.
Good afternoon.
One last. Yes, one last.
My name is Amar Singh. I'm the Secretary General of MRAI. We have been seeing, sir, बहुत ज़्यादा बात हो रही है ग्रीन स्टील की, लेकिन उसकी डिमांड कहाँ है? अगर आज देखें, ग्रीन स्टील टेक्सोनॉमी बन गया, बट ग्रीन स्टील का प्रोक्योरमेंट कहाँ है? अगर मैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य की भी बात करूं, तो मैक्सिमम आई थिंक अराउंड 91 प्लेयर्स आर इन स्पॉन्ज आयरन, बट डिमांड एज सच हमारे प्रोडक्ट की है ही नहीं. मैं बात करूं पब्लिक प्रोक्योरमेंट की, मैक्सिमम पब्लिक प्रोक्योरमेंट जितना भी होता है, वहां पे चाहे मैं एनटीपीसी की बात करूं, चाहे एनएचएआई की बात करूं, हर जगह पे प्राइमरी रूट स्टील की बात हो रही है. सेकेंडरी रूट जहां पे कार्बन एमिशन कम है, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का जो विजन है कि हम नेट जीरो 2070 तक नेट जीरो तक पहुंचे, वो हम लोग कहीं अचीव नहीं कर पा रहे, वो पेपर में बस रह जा रहा है. सो माय हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट इज कि किस तरह से हम ग्रीन स्टील को बढ़ावा दें, ग्रीन स्टील की डिमांड को बढ़ावा दें, वो ज्यादा बेटर होगा.
One or two practical suggestions you have on what could be done differently?
See that, Sanjay, do you want to take it? Yeah.
सर थैंक यू वेरी मच. सर ग्रीन स्टील को बढ़ावा देने के लिए सबसे पहले तो 650 kg पर टन स्टील प्रोड्यूस होगा. ये अगर हम स्टार रेटिंग 5 स्टार रेटिंग बात करें तो उसके लिए वो प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए डेफिनेटली स्क्रैप ज्यादा यूज करना पड़ेगा, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी यूज करनी पड़ेगी, एक्स्ट्रा कॉस्ट लगेगा सारी चीज. तो पब्लिक प्रोक्योरमेंट में उसको हायर रेट से अगर आप प्रोक्योर कर पाएंगे तो ही मार्केट उसको प्रोड्यूस कर पाएगा. और इसको अगर ग्रीन स्टील पे जाना है, देखिए टैक्सोनॉमी वगैरह हमने सब बना दिया, आफ्टर उसको खरीदेगा कौन? तो खरीदने के लिए तो डेफिनेटली गवर्नमेंट को ही तो काम करना पड़ेगा, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को. तो आपको पब्लिक प्रोक्योरमेंट पॉलिसी को ही इंप्रूव करना पड़ेगा. स्पेशली अगर छत्तीसगढ़ खुद का प्रोक्योरमेंट भी कर ले, 15-20%, 25% भी प्रोक्योर कर ले, तो एटलीस्ट कम से कम उस तरीके से छत्तीसगढ़ में वो यूनिट आने चालू हो जाएंगे, प्रायोरिटाइज हो जाएगा. तो एटलीस्ट कम से कम आपका कार्बन एमिशन लेवल भी आप कंट्रोल कर पाएंगे छत्तीसगढ़ को. फिर रजत जी की स्लाइड में एक और स्लाइड हो जाएगी सर कि देखिए हमने कार्बन एमिशन पे भी इतना कंट्रोल कर लिया है सर. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
Thank you. Thank you. I think if I may now invite our co-chair, the Honorable Minister. Sorry, please.
Yeah, if I can make a few quick points in response to some of the questions raised, some practical solutions. First of all, I think the over-reliance on the government procurement for green steel might actually suppress the market. There are markets in Europe where they are looking for lower carbon steel or lower carbon emission steel or green steel. The issue is that of grade and quality. So if we can ensure that the right grade is available, there are corporates both in Europe as well as in India who are
very
willing to
pertinent point. Very
procure.
pertinent.
Quick 3 points on how further decarbonization may be achieved. One is, by the way, in terms of introduction, I'm Hemant Malya from the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a not-for-profit policy think tank based in Delhi. 3 quick points on decarbonization. First, we estimate that Chhattisgarh will have around 170,000 tons of waste or steel byproduct coming out of the vehicle scrappage in the future by 2030. So there needs to be a clear, policy associated on how do we get that scrap back into the system. That's number one. Secondly, we have assessed that Chhattisgarh has around 1,300 gigawatts of solar potential. Again, that's something that needs to be tapped because we have also been studying the steel clusters within the state. And one of the challenges they face is how do you procure green power collectively, because individually they are not able to. So how do we address that policy measure so that the amount of power that they're using can be then translated into RE. The third point is that our assessment is that Chhattisgarh has about 1 million ton of green hydrogen production potential. Again, there is no policy for green hydrogen within Chhattisgarh. If you look at Odisha, it has a very clear policy for green hydrogen. Therefore, there are a lot of companies going into the state deploying the capacity. So if Chhattisgarh can come out with a policy specifically for green hydrogen, that will be complementary to the steel industry. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. If I may now request the Honorable Minister of State for Steel and Heavy Industries, Government of India, Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivasa Verma ji.
Shri Lakanlal Devangan, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industries and Minister of Labor, Government of Chhattisgarh, public representatives, senior officials from Government of Chhattisgarh, esteemed industry leaders and other participants, friends from media, good afternoon. I thank you all for joining this round table focused on the steel sector in Chhattisgarh, a state that stands as a pillar of India industrial and economic progress. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Sri Lakanlal Devangan, Honorable Minister, for gracing this important engagement. India Steel 2025 provides a vital form to shape the steel sector's trajectory both nationally and within Chhattisgarh. India, the second largest steel producer globally, achieved 144 million tons of crude steel in 2024. While global output saw a dip, India grew by 8%, with Chhattisgarh playing a vital part in the growth story. The state also contributes nearly 11.3% of India's finished steel output. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, the National Steel Policy targets 200 million tons of steel production by 2030. The state of Chhattisgarh is expected to be a key enabler of this goal. The state is blessed with vast reserves of critical raw materials that form the backbone of steel production. The state holds approximately 20% of India's iron ore reserves and 18% of the nation's coal reserves. Equally significant are state's extensive limestone reserves and dolomite deposits, which are crucial for steel making. The state is also home to major steel producers, including the Belai Steel Plant of Steel Authority of India Limited and the Nagarnar Steel Plant of NMDC Limited. Additionally, JSP's Raigarh plant is the world's largest coal-based sponge iron manufacturing facility. With a dynamic industrial base and a business-friendly environment, Chhattisgarh is ideally positioned to support the Indian steel sector's evolving goals. With this, I thank everyone for joining this State Roundtable Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If I may now invite our chief guest, Shri Lakhan Lal Devangan, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industries and the Minister of Labour, Government of Chhattisgarh. Please.
स्टील इंडिया 2025 आज 24 अप्रैल को मुंबई में आज हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच हमारे मिनिस्टर सम्मानीय भूपति राजू जी, साथ ही हमारे संयुक्त सचिव स्टील मंत्रालय सम्मानीय संजय राय जी, हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ प्रदेश के चीफ सेक्रेटरी सम्मानीय अमिताभ जैन जी, हमारे प्रमुख सचिव सम्मानीय सुबोध कुमार सिंह जी, सम्मानीय अभिजीत कुलकर्णी जी, सम्मानीय संजय मेहता जी, सम्मानीय अनिल जी, सम्मानीय रजत कुमार जी और सभी हमारे अलग अलग उद्योग से आए हुए सम्मानीय जन, सभी अधिकारी गण। आज चूंकि इस मीटिंग में हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को भी रहना था, वो आ भी गए थे बॉम्बे। बाकी जो आतंकी हमला के कारण एक छत्तीसगढ़ का भी हमारे रायपुर का ही निवासी दिनेश जी का उसमें देहांत हो गया, उसके कारण से उन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को बीच में छोड़कर गए। इसके लिए मैं खेद भी व्यक्त करता हूं, नहीं तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी आपके समक्ष उपस्थित रहते, आज कल वो थे। और आज की हमारे इंडिया स्टील एक्सपो 2025 में उपस्थित भी होना मेरे लिए गौरव का अवसर है। यह आयोजन भारत की औद्योगिक शक्ति का प्रतीक है। वर्ष 2000 में गठन के बाद छत्तीसगढ़ स्वयं भारत के सबसे औद्योगिक रूप में से सक्रिय राज्य बदल दिया है। छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य ने स्वयं को सबसे महत्वपूर्ण इस्पात एवं खनिज आधारित राज्य के रूप में पहचान बनाई है। हमारे राज्य सकल घरेलू उत्पाद जीएसडीपी में बीते 2 दशकों में 22 गुना वृद्धि हुई है। छत्तीसगढ़ भारत की लौह आवश्यक उत्पादन का लगभग 16% और देश के इस्पात उत्पादन का 14% हिस्सा भी देता है। भारत का 9वां सबसे बड़ा राज्य छत्तीसगढ़ खनिज साधनों से में सबसे समृद्ध राज्य में से एक है, जैसे लौह आवश्यक कोयला, बक्साइट, एल्युमिनियम, टीन के साथ ही चूना पत्थर जैसे खनिज प्रचुर भंडार हैं, जिससे यहाँ एकीकृत इस्पात उत्पादन स्वाभाविक केंद्र बना है। भिलाई स्टील प्लांट भारत के पहले एकीकृत इस्पात संयंत्रों में से एक है। आज भी हमारे औद्योगिक विकास और मजबूती का प्रतीक है। छत्तीसगढ़ में कोयले की प्रचुर उपलब्धता से लागत प्रभावी उत्पादन और कैप्टिव पावर जनरेशन संभव है। हम भविष्य को देखते हुए ग्रीन स्टील की दिशा में नवीनीकरण करनी, ऊर्जा स्टोरेज सिस्टम, हाइब्रिड एनर्जी निवेश के लिए प्रतिबंध हैं। हम जांजगीर चांपा, राजनांदगांव और बस्तर जैसे जिलों में औद्योगिक क्षेत्र का विकास कर रहे हैं, जहां एक और बड़े एकीकृत संयंत्रों का विस्तार हो रहा है। वहीं हम एमएसएमई उद्योग की भूमिका को ध्यान में रखते हुए नगरनाल स्टील प्लांट बस्तर के पास 118 एकड़ नया औद्योगिक क्षेत्र विकसित कर रहे हैं। इसका उद्देश्य सहायक उद्योग, नवाचार और समावेशी औद्योगिक विकास को प्रोत्साहित करना। छत्तीसगढ़ एक पावर सरप्लस राज्य है, जिसकी उत्पादन क्षमता 25,500 मेगावाट से अधिक है। हम इस्पात जैसे ऊर्जा गहन उद्योग को निरंतर किफायती बिजली प्रदान करते हैं। हमारी हाल ही में शुरू की गई औद्योगिक नीति 2024-30 में श्रेष्ठतम प्रोत्साहन सुविधाएं शामिल है। खास तौर पर हमने बस्तर और सरगुजा संभाग में इस्पातों की स्थापना के लिए रॉयल्टी प्रतिपूर्ति का प्रावधान किया है, जिससे क्षेत्रीय औद्योगिकरण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। छत्तीसगढ़ को उच्च मूल्य, टिकाऊ और तकनीकी आधारित वैश्विक इस्पात विनिर्माण केंद्र के रूप में विकसित करने की परिकल्पना करता हूं। हमारे राज्य केवल एक औद्योगिक गंतव्य नहीं, बल्कि एक इस्पात उद्योग का दीर्घकालिक विकास भागीदारी है। हम इस्पात निर्माता में नवाचार कार्यकर्ताओं, निवेशकों को, नीति निर्माताओं को आमंत्रित करते हैं कि वे छत्तीसगढ़ के सीन संभावनाओं खोज करें। आइए हम मिलकर मजबूत साझेदारी बनाएं, वैश्विक स्तर पर प्रतिस्पर्धी मूल्यों और श्रृंखलाओं को विकास करें और भारत को वैश्विक इस्पात महाशक्ति बनाने की यात्रा में सार्थक योगदान दें। हम आप सभी की भागीदारी, उपस्थिति और सहयोग की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं, ताकि हम भारत के हृदय स्थल से ही इस्पात अवसंरचना भविष्य का निर्माण सकें। तो आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हुए मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय छत्तीसगढ़।
Thank you, sir. I think we have we are closing on time. On behalf of the FICCI, it's our honor and privilege to extend our sincere gratitude to you all for your gracious presence in this roundtable discussion. First and foremost, we would like to extend our deepest appreciation to Shri Lakhanlal Devanganji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industries and the Minister of Labour, Government of Chhattisgarh. Under your dynamic leadership, sir, we are confident that the initiatives discussed today will be translated into impactful outcomes, supporting the growth of our steel industry, both in Chhattisgarh and nation as a whole. We would also like to thank Shri Amitabh Jain and his team, the state officials, for their proactive engagement and pivotal roles in driving forward Chhattisgarh's industrial growth agenda. Our sincere thanks to Shri Sanjay Roy, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, for setting the context for today's discussions and coordinating between the central and state policies to provide a conducive business environment to the steel industry. The concept of state-specific roundtables is a commendable step that will help develop focused strategies tailored to each state's strengths. It was good to also hear from the voices of all of you, the suggestions you mentioned. I'm sure the government has noted a lot of them and will be working on these. Today's discussions, by the way, reflected that Chhattisgarh has taken a lot of initiatives in the last 20-25 years and is very well positioned at a cusp to really take off and make a real difference in enhancing the steel capacity for our nation. We also strongly believe that Chhattisgarh's strategic advantages further solidify its position. The beauty is that the mineral, it's a natural resources, mineral based. If downstream and value addition can come in close by in Chhattisgarh, I think the potential becomes immense. We are also very grateful to all the stakeholders, the steel producers, user industries, allied sectors, and so on, to have participated actively today. As we bring this roundtable to a close, we are convinced that the insights shared today will translate into concrete actions. More specifically, Chhattisgarh would continue to be one of the front runners in India's steel vision. I think we heard the Honorable Prime Minister speak this morning with a clear vision for the steel sector in India as a whole, but for the states in particular. I think today's discussion has also been very focused on what Chhattisgarh can do. I will like to end today's session with a small quote from our Taittiriya Upanishad, which says, Saha nau yashaha, which means let we get the yash. With that, I like to wish Chhattisgarh and the team and all of you a very big success. Thank you very much. Namaskaram.
Last session is 3:30. Third session is 3:30.
states, that is Andhra Pradesh. I know it's going to be a slightly difficult session post-lunch to concentrate on, but I hope that with the engaging discussions that we all would have, we'll make it interesting for you all to participate. So with that, I'll just start. My name is Vinayak Vipul. I am a partner with EY Parthenon, the strategy and transformation arm of EY, and I'm joined here by the dignitaries on the dais, the Honorable Minister of State for Steel, and I'll introduce him later, Mr. Yuvraj as well, Mr. Bharat, Sanjay ji. So we are going to be talking about Andhra Pradesh, the state. What are some of the opportunities? What are some of the issues which have to be dealt with? And we plan to make this session interactive. It has to be a dialogue. That's when the true nature of the roundtable will come out. We will not have long monologues, including from myself. So whenever I'm engaging in a long monologue, please stop me. Okay. So with that, we'll just get started. There's a small presentation that we'll do, but we'll do it after the address, the opening remarks and context setting by Shri Sanjay Roy, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Sanjay ji.
Thank you, Vinayak ji. I would like to welcome the Honorable Industry and Commerce Minister from Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri T.G. Bharat.
I think you're not audible, sir.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Get the mic closer to you, sir.
Not an issue. I can speak without the mic also with the equal intensity. So I will like to welcome Honorable Industry and Commerce Minister from State Government of Andhra Pradesh. Also my Minister of State for Steel and Heavy Industries, Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivasa Verma. My dear old friend Yuvraj and all the other esteemed guests and media persons assembled here. As Vinayak has already said, we should be short and crisp. I will only say that Andhra has lots of opportunities and this session will only go towards, should be towards impactful decision for fostering activities and industrial issues which will lead Andhra Pradesh to a greater height, especially in the sector of steel. I'd like to add that RINL, the Vizag plant, is very close to my heart and I have been seeing it for the last 1.5 years. So that is one of the biggest industrial steel plant in Andhra Pradesh till date. Hopefully they will be coming up with many more such bigger plants in future. And I'm a very big fan of Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Shri Chandrababu Naidu, who has been instrumental in taking very great initiatives in the past, including electronic initiatives and the initiatives for contributing towards the development of the nation. So without saying much, I will lay the floor open back to Vinayak for starting the session. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for that, Mr. Roy. If someone can just put up the presentation. We broadly talk about the sector, which is India as a nation and what it has to offer and to the sector. While the presentation comes up, when we look at the growth of India per se for the steel sector and we compare it with the world, we are growing almost at 7 to 8 times the growth rate of what the world is growing at. Despite that, when we compare our per capita consumption, it is close to around 1/3 of what the world's per capita consumption is. In fact, lesser than 1/3. Our capacities are growing, the production is growing, the consumption is growing, but the pace at which, for the size and scale that we have as a nation, the pace at which this growth should happen, that's not happening currently. Some of the reasons what we see, clearly there's an ecosystem of MSME, which is not leveraged very well by India, both in the upstream and the downstream sectors. There are logistics related gaps which India as a nation faces. There are financing gaps which are again experienced by both the MSME sector and overall business in India. The financing, ease of getting finance is not there. The effort and the money which should be spent on product innovation I think we are lagging behind. This morning, while I was coming to Mumbai from Delhi, I read about the Chinese manufacturers discovering ways of producing iron ore in a much, much efficient manner. And then there are some value chain linkages which have to be managed well. There is a policy which says that by 2030, we should get to 160 Gs per capita. All of us will have to work towards that goal, and government will have to support through the policy to be able to achieve that goal. Broadly, all the investments that we are looking at, currently the top 5 players are commanding 50% of the overall capacity. The secondary players are not very active. Despite having such a high capacity and the capacity utilization not being very high, we are importing steel. We are the net importer of steel currently, which is something which has to be looked at. Here, again, the thrust on specialty steel, some of the alloys, and some of the downstream products which we end up importing will have to be worked upon. Broadly, in terms of raw material security, this morning in the Prime Minister's address also, we saw that the coking coal he referred to and some of the other critical material which is getting imported, that's also an area of concern. While we have the reserves, the quality of our reserves for coking coal is not good. Even by 2050, we will get to around 25% of our overall requirement. So the dependence on the imported coking coal is going to remain very high. Now, to be able to reduce dependence, we'll have to come up with innovative ways of consuming less. And that again, there are ways of adopting technology by adopting AI and ML, where the fuel consumption goes down, how to improve the PCI rate, how to make steel which is not dependent on BF route. Those are some of the initiatives that the industry will have to work on. But consumption optimization, domestic production, even sourcing it from new geographies, reducing the reliance on Australia and Russia, those are some of the things that India will have to work on. And in terms of sustainability, again, while we have our goals in place, this morning, again, PM spoke about it in one of the earlier sessions. The Minister of State also spoke about it. But there's a long way to traverse in this. And in that, how do we make green hydrogen cheaper? Some of these newer technologies at the moment, they cost 3 times the traditional route. How do we work on that? Those are some of the initiatives which have to be worked upon. The scrap generation, scrap storage, utilization, those are things again which India as a country will have to focus on. When we talk about Andhra Pradesh, and Sanjoy ji said that it's a state very close to his heart, I think to a lot of people, this is a state which is very close to our hearts. Not just because of the brilliant movies that they produce, but the potential that the state has. And just before this session, I was sitting with Yuvraj ji, and he gave me some stats about the state. This is the state which is ranked #1 in ease of doing business. The policy making is such which is promoting a lot of investment over here. This is a state which has 6 ports, and the access to the raw material and the access to the markets through those ports is very, very high. This is again a state which has a huge land bank. Around 1.4 lakh acres of land bank is available to the state. And it has been a top achiever in the ease of logistics. It has been ranked as the top achiever in the ease of logistics. There are investments which have been announced in the state by players like ArcelorMittal. And we will talk about how the Honorable Minister has been responsible for driving some of those investments in the state. And Yuvraj, I'm sure that you'd allude to it. But there is a lot which this state has to offer. It is on the industry to collaborate with the government in a manner where we work together in exploring the potential of the state, and in the process making ourselves better than where we were, making better steel, and being the supplier to the world through the state as well. Now, of the agenda, which is the discussion that has to happen. But before that, Mr. Yuvraj, you want to add something to what I said? So in the discussion, like I mentioned earlier, that we want to have a dialogue. And in the dialogue, Sushimji, if I can start with you, and if I may request you to talk about some of the issues that you see for the sector, and specifically issues that Andhra as a state may have, and what are some of your suggestions?
Good afternoon, sir. I will be, since I am dealing with, skill development part of the iron and steel sector. So,
Sushimji, just a bit closer to your mouth, the mic.
Is it okay?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I will be concentrating on the that part particularly with respect to Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, whatever the little data I have gone through, and as Mr. Binayak has presented, has an excellent opportunity so far as the growth of the economy is concerned, and particularly the growth of the manufacturing sector, because it has got all the requirements that the state should provide for the growth of the manufacturing sector, be it land, be it in the industrial park, be it in the industries that have grown. One of the major industry that is growing is the MSME sector, and that is growing at a very high speed in not only in steel, but also in various steel consuming industries that the data has shown. And that has given rise to a lot of employment opportunities, as well as the sustainability of the industrial growth. That is a major issue that Andhra Pradesh can lead for the other states. So far as the future prospects are concerned, already Andhra Pradesh was having RINL, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, and thanks to the effort of our Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, that the center has sanctioned, some fund, which is the major area of concern. And now the industry, the RINL is also approaching on its way of producing steel and catering to the requirement of the whole country. It is not only in the Andhra Pradesh, but also sending steel for the various infra and real estate projects. The second one that is coming up and the Andhra Pradesh is looking after is the very big project that has been announced by ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel for setting up a greenfield project of about 24 million tons in the Andhra Pradesh, and starting with an investment of about 12,000 crore for 3.5 million tons, which will give employment for the 8,000 direct and contractual employees. And in the ultimate stage, it will lead to about 70,000 creation of jobs for the direct as well as in the contractual employees. So far as the skilling, that has become so much important for the industrial growth, and also for the employment generation, because there is a big gap what the industry wants and what is the actually supply from the various educational institutes. Now, the skilling is the major gap, and that we tried to fill it up. And I'm very happy to say that Andhra Pradesh has come forward in this skill development, and for the last 2 years, we have been giving training, particularly for areas like fitter, leveling, alignment and balancing, welder, crane operator, then electrician. Now these are the basic operational areas where steel plant need skilled employees. And I am happy to say that Andhra Pradesh has also participated in the Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana, so that these programs are very successful. And then I would expect that with that, this process will continue, and Andhra Pradesh very shortly will come up in the ladder of industrial production, manufacturing area, and lot of employment, new employment generation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sushilji. So Yuvrajji, I've noted down 4 points, critical points that he's made. You may respond to those, or I can go to Yogeshji first. Okay. So Yogeshji, again, the idea is to talk about the issues that you see and any specific suggestions that you may have.
Yeah, since morning we are listening to everyone. Our Honorable Prime Minister has given us the pathway. And in his pathway, where I see Andhra Pradesh as a state, I would like to focus on that.
Yes.
Yeah. So very specifically, sir, I have met sir at Davos and I have seen Chandrababu Naidu sir, who is the CM, and sir were very much eager and were desperate on getting the investments in Davos. They had done wonderful roadshow over there. So congratulations, sir. Sir, very specifically coming to the point is that we as Indian Steel are looking ahead for the green steel. And I personally find
green steel.
Yeah, green steel. And I personally see Andhra Pradesh has an ecosystem where green steel can be produced, and this can become a hub for the India as a green steel hub. So I would rather suggest to go for a circular economic parks in the Andhra Pradesh, since the state is at the developing stage. So why not a circular economic park should be developed? I've seen that the industry secretary has taken an initiative, and on 29th we have called a meeting for a circular economic park. So yeah, I'll be joining that meeting, sir. So this circular economic park will not only help in getting the CBAM Act, the reduction in the carbon emission, because the raw material what will be generated from the circular economic park will be a good source of raw material for a net zero carbon. And moreover, the availability of raw material will be there for each and every sector. In circular economic park, you can find metals, rubber, plastic, wood, everything. So this will help. So as a Andhra Pradesh, we should think over it. Another was, sir, a lot of states like Maharashtra has come up with a green hydrogen policy. So if I can share you the draft of this green hydrogen policy, and why not Andhra Pradesh government should come up with such type of green hydrogen policies where a green hydrogen will be developed, and with this green hydrogen as a source of fuel, the industries, not only steel but the textile and other industries also can get the benefit of that source of fuel. So these are my 2 of the suggestions.
Sure.
Rest we can discuss later on.
Very pertinent suggestions. Thank you for that, Yogeshji. So Prasadji, over to you then. Again, the format will be for you to talk about an issue or a suggestion that you may have.
Respected ministers, joint secretaries of the government, we are in the business of capturing CO2 from scope 1 emissions. So Yogeshji touched upon very important 3 aspects which are directly related to our interest as well. We are talking of green steel, where we as a technology partner would reduce the emission intensity on the production of steel, number 1. We also have promoted circular economic principles when we designed the solution. And we also have a very big role to play in terms of reducing the carbon tax that is imposed in the form of CBAM in our exports of steel that happen in the European countries. Okay. So my request to the Andhra government, being a very progressive thought process that you bring to the industry, sir, is to give us some kind of a monetary incentive to implement these technologies, because these technologies are in a very nascent stage as of now. Although we have been seen Bureau of Energy Efficiency getting it into a big way by getting the carbon credit trading system rolled out. And we as a technology company are also committed to reduce the per ton, the cost of carbon capture per ton to below $25. That's our commitment to you also. But yes, in the initial stage of adoption, if you want to scale it up at a scale where it will actually make a very big impact on the environment, give us benefits in CBAM, reduce the cost of the per ton CO2 capture, we request you to give us some kind of an encouragement, at least in the early stages where we get early adopters in the state of Andhra in terms of making the green steel production a reality in your states. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. Again, a very pertinent point. So Yuvrajji, if I were to just summarize these points for you before I get to your address, there is a thought around MSME policies, and what's your view on that? While Sushimji spoke about the RINL revival, but he also alluded to a point around skilling and the skill gaps, and what is government going to do around that. The collaboration with central government, some of the policies of center, How are those being taken up by Andhra as a state? This is the third point which the panel over here spoke about. Green steel, Yogesh ji mentioned that there is a thrust on producing green steel, but how is the green hydrogen and the other fuel which is driving the green steel production? How is your government pushing for that and incentivizing for that? The availability of raw material per se, how is that being thought about? The circular economic path that Yogesh ji spoke about, which may also include some of the alternate materials, alternate fuel. What is the government doing around that? And finally, what Prasad ji spoke about, the carbon tax and to be competitive in the global forums, in the global market, how the government is going to incentivize the industry for them to improve their competitiveness. These are few thoughts which have come. I hope I've summarized the thoughts from each one of you. Any point that I've missed? Over to you, Yuvraj ji.
So, good evening to all of you. Respected Honorable Minister, Industry Minister, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri T.G. Bharat Garu, and also respected Union Minister, Sri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma Garu, Joint Secretary and my friend Sanjay Rai sir, and also Vinayak ji, and also all the participants. Good evening to all of you and greetings from Andhra Pradesh. So we'll start addressing the questions to make it a more dialogue-oriented thing. After the present government has brought a MSME policy, and Government of India also has changed the definition of MSMEs also from the 1st of March 2025. So presently the MSME policies, because when we compare to the state like Tamil Nadu or Gujarat or even Karnataka, we are slightly behind. So we wanted to catch up that particular gap, especially with respect to the steel industries. The downstream industries are mostly MSMEs, and we wanted to have them in the state. So what we have done is, our CM has told, Minister also will supplement the answer. Our CM has told that there will be a 175 MSME park across the state, wherein the MSMEs can operate from the everywhere, because MSMEs require an ecosystem and MSMEs manpower also required, which he told also. So the MSME parks are being established across the state. Besides, we have around 573 parks across the state. And as told by Mr. Vinayakji, we have one of the state with the largest land bank. In the MSME park also, like if it is required for the steel specific industries or some other thing, we are also want to develop the same through private people only. It's not that we will develop and we will sell the land. We have made in a policy wherein if there is a land is available, 50 acres allowed, 20 acres allowed with the private people, they want to collaborate with the developer and they want to convert the land into a park, we are there to facilitate that one. Our minister has recently made the guidelines released in this month only. On the 4th of this month, a portal has been opened. Please visit our state portal and APSC portal, wherein these particular park details, and you can approve the proposal also, so that we're also having, and also a good incentives being given to the MSMEs. And also Honorable Minister is trying to see that whatever is the old dues are there, it's being paid off also, and we have achieved around 500 crores have been paid, and remaining also, and also will be paid in a couple of months, so that it gives a confidence to the investors also. Second thing about the skilling, which Mr. Sushil Banerjee told, I fully agree with you. The skilled manpower is the main forcing, especially the evolving needs of the industry. So whatever government has done is two things they have done. One, we are requesting the industries to give the qualification and the skill procurement from your industries. So our IT minister is the skill ministry. So what our minister, we have a group of minister with our industry minister and a skill minister and an MSc minister, wherein what we are asking the industry is, please give your requirement. If you are ready to adopt an ITA or a polytechnic, we are ready to give to you also. So you can run it, okay? And you can suggest the curriculum also, so that you can, instead of skilling them after they come out of the education and again wasting the time and the energy and the money, we thought that they can be made industry ready by the time they come out of the educational institution itself. And for those who are already came out, we have a different programs, as he told, that we are having a sector skill specific sectors council there, where we are integrating with them also.
And this is available in writing somewhere
Yes,
for the
sir,
industry?
it is there, sir. I'll tell you.
Okay.
We'll make everything in the the domain also.
Sure.
And green steel, yes, sir, we have the ecosystem because we are the one of the state with the highest potential for, and also for the green energy production today. We have around 11 gigawatt already installed capacity, and we are going to go in a huge number. Our CM has given an ambitious target of 75 gigawatt by 2030. So we are in every SAPP meeting headed by our industry minister, we are clearing the proposals of the green energy proposals. So we are doing that one, and will be happy if anybody is interested to come and start that activity in the state of Andhra Pradesh, because we can give all the suggestion also. The only thing which I wanted to bring to the notice of the Yogesh is that we have created an Andhra Pradesh integrated clean energy policy. So whatever you're talking about the green hydrogen and related incentives, it is already captured there. I give the links also to will send it to you through FICCI so that you can go through it. It is available on our website also. This is one of the competitive and also highly modern clean energy policy, where it covers from the production to the derivatives of the green energy. Okay, it is covered end to end, and Honorable Chief Minister has presented that contours of the policy in the Ahmedabad event recently held there on the green energy. Okay, so we request you to go through it. It covers most of the requirement, and on the circular economy parks or the what you call recycling parks, we are much interested. CM has given again an ambitious target. Our Pollution Control Board and the Ministry of, Department of Environment and Forest and Industry Department, we are going to conduct an event in first week of May. Originally it was planned on 29th April and got postponed, wherein we want all the industries come there, give your remarks on what should be the enablers, what should be the policy enablers, what should be the incentivization, what should be the facilitation which required to create these circular economy parks in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We are ready to take your guidance and inputs, and we are ready to develop that policy. We are very much interested. We hope that in another 40 days this policy will come. So we try to you bring it also.
So and the onus is on industry as well to give their inputs to you.
Yes, we don't want the policy
to roll out the policy.
We don't want the policy to prepared by somebody else like EY or KPMG and standalone mode. And when the industry comes there, it will have a problem. So we want to have a proper consultation. We require a 2 days event is there. We will request FICCI and also EY. Please let your team members know to all the industries. They can come and participate and give their remarks also. And the last issue from my side before Minister takes over. On the technologies which Mr. Prasad has asked, whether there is an incentivization of technologies, I am thrilled by the idea. Please share the concept note, how we can, because our minister has kept some budget in the industrial policy for the technology transfers. Okay, but how to effect and what are the ways of doing, whether it can be a equity model once I procure a technology and give to you, and what model, please let us discuss and take to a logical conclusion. I stop here.
Sure.
Over to, sir, you want to contribute, sir? Yes, sir.
Few things before I address these questions. After that, I'll talk later. So basically, Yuvraj Garu was talking about 175 parks. So this 175 parks is our 175 constituencies. So in that, this May 1st, we are launching 50 parks have been identified, MSME parks, and that's going to be launched by our Honorable Chief Minister. And on the incentives, we have an early bird incentives like early bird incentive, additional 10% is given. First 200 units that are going to be signing for on the portal, there is an additional 10% incentive. Additional 12 to 18%. From 10% to, it depends on the whatever your DPR is going to be. And then regarding the green hydrogen, I would say that I think NTPC is launched by our Honorable Prime Minister in Vizag on Jan 8th.
Green hydrogen hub.
Yeah, green energy hub. And even green hydrogen also. Hub. So I think if you compare with any other states, I think the ecosystem for green energy, I think we are far ahead. So just wanted to add these things, remarks for whatever you people have already asked.
And I'll
I
come
can
back
talk
to you
about
for
it
your
little
formal
later.
address. Yes, I'll come back to you for your formal address.
Yeah.
So before that, in fact, I'd like to introduce the Honorable Minister. And I personally feel that this state roundtable has assumed a lot of significance as the Honorable Minister of State for Steel and Heavy Industries, Shri Bhupapati Raju Srinivasa Varma. He's joined it. He hails from West Godavari district of Andhra Pradesh and is an elected representative from Andhra Pradesh. And just in the last 10 months, the Honorable Minister had played a key role in a path to revive the Vizag steel plant. And thank you for that, sir. All of us, and a round of applause for all his efforts. Under his leadership, the state of Andhra Pradesh has attracted one of the largest, and this I say with a lot of pride, because they are our clients as well, largest greenfield investment to the tune of 1.5 lakh crore. And they're going to be setting up an integrated steel plant with close to around 18 million metric ton capacity annually in Andhra Pradesh. So kudos to you, sir. Thank you for the initiative that you've taken. And this will create an entire ecosystem, not just what investment is coming for setting up the plant, but the downstream and the upstream of it will lead to a huge investment and development of the state. Sir, if I may request you to address this state roundtable.
Minister of Andhra Pradesh for Industries and Commerce, Sri T.G. Bharat. Minister of State for Industries and Commerce, Sri T.G. Bharat. Senior officials from the government of Andhra Pradesh, esteemed industry leaders and other participants, very good afternoon. I thank you all for joining this roundtable focused on the steel sector in Andhra Pradesh, a state that stands as a pillar of India's industrial and economic progress. I take immense pride to share with you all that under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji and the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh Sri Chandrababu Naidu ji, the state of Andhra Pradesh has shown tremendous growth in last 10 months, attracting huge public and private investments. In the last 10 months, we at the Ministry of Steel are working on reviving the Vizag steel plant. I am happy to share that ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel is setting up the state-of-the-art integrated steel plant with a capacity of 7.8 million ton per annum in Anakapalli district of Andhra Pradesh. This project will bring in a total investment of around 1.4 lakh crores in the state of Andhra Pradesh, making it one of the largest greenfield investment projects in the country. The project is expected to create around 1 lakh jobs. This is a successful example of center-state collaboration and the industry coming together to get such a large project started in a very short period. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, the National Steel Policy targets 300 million ton of steel production by 2030. The state of Andhra Pradesh is expected to be a key enabler of this goal. With a dynamic industrial base and a business-friendly environment, the state of Andhra Pradesh is ideally positioned to support the Indian steel sector's evolving goals and strengthening its place in steel leadership. Once again, I thank everyone for this state round table conference. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you for your encouraging words, and I again thank you for everything that you're doing for the state. If I may request our chief guest, Shri T.G. Bharat, Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce for the government of Andhra Pradesh, to address the gathering here.
Respected Honorable Minister Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma Garu.
You missed out on the interaction.
Respected Sanjay Roy, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Respected Yuvraj Garu, our Secretary of Industries, and other dignitaries and business tycoons, whoever is on the round table. So, first of all, I would like to ask, is anyone come here to understand and try to invest in Andhra Pradesh? Is there anyone here? Or it's already a start? So you are coming to understand and planning to invest something in Andhra?
Yes, sir. I'm already working also in Andhra and for
I can't hear you.
we are already working in Andhra and if
Acha.
you want to further do a expand.
Expand. Okay, great. Yeah, I know you are already there. You're also expanding. What's the plan, sir?
We are into the manufacturing of steel.
Yeah.
And our base is in Maharashtra.
Okay.
So again, we are looking for the green steel manufacturing.
Great.
Right now, our capacity is around 1.8 million ton in Maharashtra.
Okay.
We would definitely think for the green steel because we want the ecosystem for the green steel.
Yeah.
And we see Andhra Pradesh as a very good destination for the green steel hub. As a green steel hub.
Great. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, sir. This is Chandramohan. I'm here basically, to contribute towards the green energy sector, although this is slightly away from the steel part, but it's conjoined. So I'm bringing some of the technocrats who are bringing in technology. Investment along with it will come because this.
So you are looking at green energy.
Yes, green energy, which is aligned with this industry because it's going to consume a lot of energy on that.
Yeah.
So mine is a sustainability agenda.
Great.
And I'm bringing technology which is very innovative and new to this region along with investment.
Great. Is anyone else planning to invest or expansion?
No, I represent EY and lead the metals and mining.
I can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, little bit.
So I'm from EY and we lead the metals and mining. I lead the metals and mining practice for the firm. And we are in constant discussions with several clients and advising them on where to invest or what's the right state.
You're from EY?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Great. So good, sir. Just to understand who is here on the round table. So basically, I'll tell few things to give you confidence why you should invest in Andhra Pradesh. See, we have two big things that have happened in last 10 months. One is we have our brand CBN because everybody knows what he has done and what is proven in, you can see Hyderabad next to our Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, the Vision 2020, whatever he has spoken when he was a chief minister in combined state is all done today. And people laughed at him when he was talking about Vision 2020 in 99. So now it's all done and you can see it's a live example of what it is. And we have a vision for 2029, what we need to do. What we need to do before 2047, we have a vision for the state. So the biggest advantage for the state is having CBN. And he is proven and every businessman, everyone loves him. Even if I go to the central government, meet the cabinet ministers, everyone praises our Chandrababu Naidu a lot. They say he's a hero, he's my good friend, whatever he asks, we are ready to do. And that is the reason I can tell you today ArcelorMittal is a steel tycoon, everyone knows ArcelorMittal, and this is concluded in Andhra Pradesh. Both, one is CBN brand, the other thing is Lokesh Garu has had a discussion in Davos in 2018, but nothing happened after we lost power. They were planning to go to Orissa. They didn't go there for some reason, some issues. Then he recollected that discussions with Aditya Mittal, and then there was a Zoom call with Aditya Mittal by Lokesh Garu. In 45 minutes, the whole transaction was done. I mean, he accepted that he's going to set up the ArcelorMittal steel plant, greenfield plant in Andhra Pradesh. And can you believe that when I think one of the question was there that when we were discussing about ArcelorMittal plant, they are saying, what about Vizag Steel? Why is that government not taking interest, or some kind of questions were coming even from the central government. But actually, frankly, both were parallel discussions were going on, because the slurry pipeline that was planned from NMDC, that present slurry pipeline which is there, we are going to give that slurry pipeline to Vizag Steel, wherein there will be a reduction of 2,500 to 3,000 rupees per ton for the Vizag Steel plant. Sorry, 1,500 to 2,000 per ton. So that's going to be a big saving for the Vizag Steel plant. So we had discussed that the new slurry plant which will come for ArcelorMittal, the old one, the slurry one pipeline will go to the Vizag Steel plant. So this is the kind of thoughts that we have, we are, so the ArcelorMittal we were also focusing on Vizag Steel plant. So both we wanted, that Vizag Steel plant has to establish well and they should do well. That is our focus was there. And ArcelorMittal has decided in phase 1 around 7 million metric tons, and then 7.3, and then other 11 million metric ton in second phase. So basically what I'm trying to tell is, we were able to close 8.5 lakh crores worth in less than 10 months after our new government has formed, NDA government has formed, 8.5 lakh crores. This is done through SIPB, SIPC, cabinet. These are going to be grounded, and major plants that would be coming up would be green energy, solar based plants, and then I would say hybrid plants, windmill. So these are also covered in that. And then basically someone would like to set up a green energy, a green steel plant. We can act as a catalyst, discuss with the guys who have planned to set up solar or hybrid. If they are not going to come up with downstream products like green hydrogen, green ammonia, we can also tie up that with that particular industries, so that they can set up, because green energy is very much required to have a green steel. So that is one thing that you can think about it. If someone would be interested, we can also do that kind of tie-up so that they can plan green steel in Andhra Pradesh. So apart from this, lots of things are happening. The one which policies that were released were one of the best policies in India. Everyone who had come to us, who had met us, they said these are the best policies, sir. There is no doubt, very highly competitive policies that you have launched from Andhra Pradesh. So the policies are there, guidelines have come out, and tailor-made incentives, more than 1,000 crore, any investments are there. We have tailor-made incentives that would be on discussion. What is the manpower that would be generated? I mean, employment that would be generated. What would be the investment? How much is the state going to get? Based on that, we will have a tailor-made GO also that we will be giving about 1,000 crore. So lots of things are happening. Have faith, trust, confidence in Andhra Pradesh. We will be able to do best, perform best, and even the parks that we are planning, we wanted to do one of the, equal parks, equal to some parks like China or Dubai, the industrial park. So all these are happening. I request anyone who is planning for expansion or going to be a greenfield has to come to Andhra Pradesh. We are giving red carpet welcome. We give utmost care, is being taken care, more than 1,000 crore. There is one dedicated officer who is kept with them. There is any issues, he's already addressed. And we're talking about speed of doing business. One is okay, incentives, all this, but speed of doing business is that we want to complete the process of, if someone applies for a project and general, the process takes lot of time. They have to go. So here, this in speed of doing business, that handholding is done from EDB or the person dedicated officer, and he'll ensure that you don't need to run to any of the officers and get your approval. So these are the things that we are doing, and have faith and trust on our thing, and we have proven already these much of investments are committed. So I would request anyone planning to set up, expand or anything, request to do them in Andhra Pradesh, and I'm open for any kind of questions or anything, because I think we skipped that interactive session. So if someone wants to ask anything, I'm there. Our Secretary Garu is there. Our Honorable Minister is here. We can address those queries. Thank you.
So over to you all. Any questions that you may have? Yeah, please go ahead.
I would like to, can you hear me? I would like to take
Slightly feeble. I think you'd have to move it closer to your mouth.
I would like to share our experience. Both of us are from Arja Steel. We are an integrated steel producer in Andhra Pradesh. We've been there about 12 years, and we took over a loss-making plant. And in the last 12 years, our revenues have gone up fourfold. Our shipments have gone up fivefold. Employment has gone up from 800 people to 2,000 people. Power, in that time, every week we had a power shutdown. Nowadays, there's surplus power in the state. And these are like practical, real example of how the local government and the state government is proactive in addressing. I'm not saying there are no problems, but problems are addressable, and people listen, and there is full support. Of course, there is good network, railway network, roads are expanding, all double-side highways. And we are also working with the municipality to treat the water, to use the treated water in our plant, as well as some skill development or other initiatives. And I think this is something I wanted to share because it is a positive experience that we have. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to add one more thing. In the morning, I was with I heard the Prime Minister say about specialty steel. And in the CEO conference, I heard the Minister Verma Garu say about specialty steel being there. We are 100% Andhra Pradesh. We are 100% specialty steel. We are mostly exporting, and this goes to defense, high-end automotive. And it's in a place called Rayalaseema, and very few people will know about it. And it is so conducive for business. So that is something that people should understand, that there is what is the future for India, which has been so well enumerated by our dignitaries and Honorable Minister, is valid and viable in Andhra Pradesh. That's just I wanted to add on to that.
But just on that, sir, given that you're exporting most of your produce, or all your producers exported?
Much of our
Kindly identify yourself also, your name and your company.
Yeah. So my name is Anand. I am CEO for Arja Steel, and we have been here for almost 12 years now, and a profitable making company, 2,000 employees, and wanting to double our capacities.
And what could be the reason why the domestic market is not lucrative for you for specialty steel?
No, we
despite the demand being there.
No, we also sell in the domestic markets. It's not that we don't. We do sell to automotive grade steels. In fact, BMW has a product. Stellantis has a product. And while we talk about large scale steel producing companies, we are also specialty steels also have a very valid reason to be in Andhra Pradesh. And that is where I'm close to mines, close to the ports, very conducive environment around it. There are a little bit of niches here and there that Minister Garu knows, but otherwise it's a very, very nice area to work with.
Sure. An important point that you've alluded to, which is the proximity to the material and proximity to the markets through the ports. Okay, you wanted to make a point?
Hello.
And again, introduce yourself and your company.
Hello. Hi. Firstly, thank you very much. I am Achin Agarwal from Prime Gold Steel and Power. We are manufacturing steel for past 20 years in your neighboring state of Tamil Nadu. And for our future development, we have been looking south of Andhra Pradesh to set up our expansion. I want to highlight three things, sir. which I would request you to consider. Firstly, sir, steel requires a lot of transportation. I request you to develop railway sidings and railway transportation in your state. Secondly, lot of steel is manufactured using coal imports through Chennai and Ernakulam port. I request you to develop natural gas, the pipeline for that, so that we at least don't import coal in our country. Thirdly, sir, when we develop the state, we usually prefer primary steel like Tata, SAIL or RINL. I would request you to give equal preference on equal quality standards to primary and secondary steel manufacturers. So there is a level playing field to get the good market, equal market share for all of them, sir.
I mean to say in contracts.
In procurement.
In procurement,
in state development, in central
that are
development.
given.
So very
that
briefly,
secondary steel producers are given the level playing field.
yes, sir. So very briefly, sir, these three items are very key. I know we all are looking for green hydrogen, but green hydrogen is still expensive. Our intermediary step of natural gas can be a workable solution before we go to the green hydrogen. And the facility which we develop today for natural gas can easily transfer to green hydrogen, or when we have good hydrogen gas production in our country.
Sanjay ji, you'd like to comment on this? Oh, sorry, you, Bharat ji, go ahead.
So railway siding, for parts we have been planning for sure. Like for example, in Oracle, which is in Rayalaseema, there is a survey done, and there is a plan to do the railway sidings for that particular park, and there is already Sriraj Steel Plant. I don't know whether you heard, Jayraj Steel Plant. So that is going to, it's already in the final stage. That so the railway siding is promised, and that there is a plan. And for natural gas, I think if you are looking for it, there are so many plants in Andhra Pradesh which are shut. We don't, because of the power viability there was an issue. But so the natural gas right now, the availability is pretty okay. I think the prices is now it's all dynamic. There is no fixed pricing and all. So maybe if you are looking for natural gas, and then there is a possibility in the East Coast above Vizag, there is a plan that you can set up.
Definitely.
So just to supplement what our Honorable Minister told about natural gas, Kakinada is the reserve of natural gas, and it is a yet to be tapped resource. It's a full potential. You know, globally, we are in this, India is in 22nd position today with respect to availability of natural gas, but still the tapped is very less. Recently, the people who are already exploring have found some good wells also. Their news will come very shortly also. So today, Government of India has a natural gas pipeline, like NH has a pipeline. The portion within the state of Andhra Pradesh, from the Kakinada to connecting up to Srikakulam, to Karnataka, to Odisha, is to be completed. The PNGRB has floated the tender. The tender will be finalized by this month. So the work will be completed. Once the work is completed, you will have the pipeline from Kakinada to up to the northernmost point. Now, besides the PNGRB has given the permission to 6 players for the CGD operators across the state, and the AG Pratham is taken in their Rayalaseema, and also IOCL and other people have taken also. So now the gas availability is being ensured, and the gas is quite competitive also. I fully agree with you till we make this one also. And also the Crown is going to go have a LNG this one at the Kakinada itself. So now with this, all these things, the availability of natural gas will be assured mostly on the north coastal Andhra in the initial to go with it. And BPCL is also making a pipeline from Chennai to Hyderabad. It's a multi-product pipeline including gas that also will make available in the southern Andhra as well as on the Rayalaseema also. So what I suggest is those who are interested, please come and explore the north coastal Andhra, which is readily available, where you can have the options for the natural gas also. And also on your queries about the level playing field and the making local for the contract local procurements or this one, we already have TMT bars like Mangal and Simadri and now Jayraj spot. So what we have done is we have referred all such requests to the Board of Chief Engineers. You know, each state has a Board of Chief Engineers. So any state government tender will have, if they technically qualified, technically specifications fulfilled, they'll be given equal treatment along with the primary producers. So that we are trying to create this one. So come and explore the experience in Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Just as a consultant, a couple of points that I'd like to add. That when it comes to railway sidings, I think it's not just the responsibility of the government. The industry also should make some investments. There should be a PPP mode for that. And even when it comes to the contracts by the government, if the quality standards of the secondary players are up to mark, then there is no reason for the chief engineers of the government to reject the quality. So you'd have to invest in getting the right quality and also invest in building the right infrastructure to be able to, again, leverage what is being offered by the government to you.
I have only one point on the railway sliding. I forgot. See, what I suggest to you is, now as Minister told, even any cement factories, they have their own railway slidings. Correct? Because that is only viable portion. There is no steel factory in the country which is not having railway sliding. It's not possible and viable also. Now, what I suggest to you is, if you are planning well in advance, because from a neighboring station you have to bring the line. From within your area you will prepare your own railway infrastructure, but the neighboring railway station and railway network you have to bring it. So what I suggest to you is, I request the industries now, based on the potential notes identified by the state, please indicate where are the locations where there is a request, so that the alignment can be done by the railways now itself, and also we can notify it so that that area which is required for making the railway alignment will not be having any structure in the future. And so I want the industries to be proactive, and I also request the E&Y colleague, whenever your clients also there, please ask them what are the various logistic deficiency that has to be plugged in so that this can be addressed. Because now what's our Honorable Minister told is about the overwork, it is a greenfield. So I can make it. In a brownfield become difficult. Hai? So please see that, be proactive and tell that these are the locations. If I have today MMLPs or railway sliding, that will be able to help us in the future. I stop here. Sir, Sanjay Rai, sir.
You have very well summarized the issue, but only one issue I would like to highlight. The natural gas is not natural to India. It is also imported, and the pricing of natural gas at some point of time may not be competitive for the industry to use. So although the GAIL and the other agencies are going through a network of natural gas pipeline across the country, and I think that is a mission, it is in a mission mode and is likely to be completed within the next 2-3 years. But use of natural gas will be more effective if we tap our own sources. Natural gas and LNG has been very effective in the Gulf country where they have their own resources, and they are using this natural gas as DRI, gas-based DRI plants and other things. As far as in India it is concerned, yes, it is a very good idea, but the cost needs to be seen because it is a business option.
Yeah.
The other thing is railway siding. You have said yes, railway siding is a thing which has to be collaboratively done by the railways, the state government, as well as the private players. Most of the industry, including the mining and the iron and steel and the other big industry, have their own sidings and they have their own flying machines. The other thing is raw material. As sir has already said, there are 6 ports available in Andhra Pradesh as of now, and more are coming up in pipeline. So port-based and shore-based acquisition of raw material will be equally competitive as compared to drawing it through either through circularity is concerned. Yes, circularity will be also a very good option, as again it is a shore base and we can have scrap and other instruments coming from outside also if we are able to manage it. Because India has started late in the developmental issues, the presence of scrap is not as much as it is desired now. So it may take another few 20-30 years before we go up to that level. So that by that time we have to import it. So these were some issues which were highlighted during the earlier session also. So over to Vinayak.
Sure. I think we are at the top of the hour, but just I know that you wanted to say something, and you are an investor as well, potential.
It's okay. I have already जो है कि told. I would like
Come
to talk.
you're not audible. You'd have to get the mic a bit
No,
closer.
I would like an opportunity with a one-to-one जो है कि meeting.
Sure.
Mr. Sir. Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else would like to make any other comment, suggestion? Any other point? Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
This is Hemant Malia from Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Actually one observation, couple of suggestions. The total allocation, implicit and explicit, for green hydrogen in Andhra Pradesh, our estimation is about 24,000 crores.
Okay.
About $3 billion, right, roughly. The suggestion is, unless you have a complementary steel industry or other industries that can use green hydrogen policy, that policy may not see the uptake that is necessary. So I think you need complementary policy to the integrated clean energy policy. That's one. Secondly, we are constantly thinking about exporting steel. But if you look at the global landscape on how the steel industry is transitioning, especially the Far East, Japan and South Korea, they import right now coking coal and they import iron ore. But in the future, they'll not be able to import green hydrogen because it's very expensive. So one thought that is being explored is the export of direct reduced iron, DRI or sponge iron. So in that sense, Andhra could play a critical role because our estimation is that Andhra has about 500 gigawatts of solar wind hybrid potential that equates to roughly 9 million tons of green hydrogen. So instead of exporting green hydrogen, which is very difficult, Andhra could look at exporting sponge iron because, companies like POSCO or, Japanese players, they will not want to shut down their plants, but they will be more open to importing DRI. So that's a new area that can be explored. Thank you.
Thank you, noted. Thank you. We'll work on it.
Okay, so I think very pertinent suggestions. We'd close this session. I'd like to, and I've been told that we don't have any time left now. So, Shri Bharat, thank you for your kind words, for your presence, for your motivation to the industry. Mr. Roy as well, for again anchoring the entire session throughout the day. To Yuvraj ji, thank you again for your guidance and everything that you told me before the meeting as well. And to FICCI for organizing this event. I think such roundtables are very important. One of the very pertinent questions asked by the minister was that how many people are sitting here for the heck of it and how many actually are here for business. And if the roundtables are organized in a way where people who are really interested in doing business are approaching the policymakers and the decision makers directly, then I think the outcome can be channelized in a manner which is beneficial for both the country, the state, and also the industry. So with that, I thank you all for your presence for this event. Thank you.